good, folks. I want you to take a look at how this fellow looks this morning. Obviously, he slept good, must have had a nice room in Denver, got his Texas Longhorn tie on this morning, and he looks the part. He's going to do a great job judging for us today as he did yesterday, and as soon as they bring some heifers in, we will get rolling with the 2026 National Western Texas Longhorn Show. Oh, yeah, you betcha. Let's take that one. I don't know where the other one went, but that was good enough. We got one. Okay. And here's the lady I've been telling you about, Lana Pearson, the queen of the Texas Longhorn Show here, the one that makes sure everything is done correctly. Good morning, Lana. What's that? They say they need 15 minutes, and I said, bring me my class. Bring me a class. Okay, it's just going to be a few minutes left. Yeah, you understand that we've got a yard crew out there that was frozen all night. We're having to thaw them out this morning, so it's taken a little time to get here. If you've ever shown a Longhorn at Denver out in the yards, you know that the weather could get pretty tough, the ice can get pretty thick, and I don't know about you guys, but when it gets cold, I move a little slower than I do on warm days. So we'll give these guys a little grace period, and I'm sure they'll have them ready to go for us shortly here. If you were here yesterday, you saw one of the biggest youth shows we've ever had here in Denver. And there are some reasons behind that. Number one, we've got some better facilities than ever. The show is growing every year. But the other thing is that the grand champion heifer from yesterday moves on to a show over in the livestock building this afternoon. And then possibly, if she moves on again, on to the Coliseum tonight. And what it is the Denver National Western allows the youth champion heifer to be shown against every other breed at the stock show. So we've got youth champion heifers from places like the Angus breed and the Shorthorn breed and the Hereford breed, and they will bring them all together under one judge. And for the first time this year, the Texas Longhorn has been added to the mix. And so we're very excited about this Superior Award. It comes with some great scholarship money for these young people if they are to win some of it. And I think they place them clear down to 5th place or something like that. So we're very excited because Emma Grace Velasquez was grand champion heifer with her heifer yesterday. She's one of my favorite youth showmen, and I'm telling you, she does a great job, as good as anybody in the bovine industry. So we're looking forward to what Emma Grace can do today. If you get over to the livestock building between 3 and 4 o'clock today, you might get a chance to take a look at that show and to cheer Emma Grace on. And we're hoping that we've got a judge that can look at different breeds, and maybe she'll get to move on to the finals this evening in the rodeo. All right, the heifers are being loaded into the alleyway. We're about 5 minutes away from the Texas Longhorn Show, so make yourself comfortable, do whatever you got to, get a glass of water, a cup of coffee, and be ready for the loose Texas Longhorn Show at the National Western Stock Show. The National Western Texas Longhorn Show. I told you it was unique, and some of you probably already know this, but for those of you that don't, we have two associations in the Texas Longhorn breed. The Texas Longhorn Breed Association of America, and the TLBAA is the oldest association. It's been around for many years. And then we have the International Texas Longhorn Association. It's been around for about 35 years now. And we've got members of both associations here showing cattle against each other. They are judged by one judge, but they are judged on the individual point systems of the two organizations so that everybody gets the points they deserve in their own organization. And what's unique about it here at Denver is we are the only show in the nation, the only bipartisan show in the nation to show Texas Longhorn Breeders Association cattle and International Texas Longhorn Association. We are very proud of the partnership here between the two satellite organizations, the Mountain States Texas Longhorn Association and the Mountains and Plains Texas Longhorn Association, that are both affiliates of their individual parent organizations. And here at the greatest stock show, we believe, in the country, we think that we are leading the pack with an ecumenical show where everybody gets to show together. And what it has done here in Denver, it has taken this show from just a handful of cattle to well over 200 entries this year at the National Western Stock Show. And the Texas Longhorn has a place in the heart of everyone that's a part of the National Western. We lead off, if you look at the screen on the far end, you'll see the downtown trail drive that leads off the National Western Stock Show parade. 20 years ago, we began to drive cattle down the street to try to increase the crowds when they had about 2,500 people on the street. A couple years ago, the mayor's office estimated over 80,000 people watching the downtown parade, and many of them there, they say about 80% of them say they came down to see the Longhorns. So you are not unique here. You come to see the Longhorns today. Folks all through Denver show up to see the Longhorn cattle. We keep them here during the stock show on display. They do some mini trail drive scenes in the Wild West shows here, as well as some of the rodeo performances. And then, of course, we culminate the whole thing with our Texas Longhorn show here on the last weekend of the National Western Stock Show. It has really become the icon of the National Western. If you walk through the Hall of Education, many of the vendors have the Texas Longhorn on their banners and on their signs. The parking lots have the Longhorn head on some of the signs in the parking lots. They've really gone overboard to promote the Texas Longhorn, and man, we appreciate that. We love the breed, and man, we love to show off the breed. So we're going to get to see some of the best here today from around the 5-state area for sure. We have cattle come from North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Texas. The Texans get up here and they shiver a lot, but they come. And, of course, from Colorado and Utah, and cattle from around the country here at the National Western. For 120 years, the National Western really has been the pinnacle of success in the bovine industry, and no less so in the Texas Longhorn breed. As always, we're going to start with some smaller classes, Judge, because of course, the heifers, the younger they are, the fewer they'll be entered, and we want to, we want to make sure that when you start out right off the bat, there's not so many that you can make too many mistakes. And what I want the crowd to understand is, as these heifers come in, you'll see numbers on their backs, and you guys can begin to judge these on your own and pick out the ones that you believe are probably the best of the best. And when it's all over, you can see if you agree with the certified Texas Longhorn judge that's looking at cattle today. This is your first class. This is class number 101 that's coming in the ring now. Class number 101, these are heifers born from May 1st to June 30th of 2025. So just young baby girls at this point, 7 and 8 months old right now, or even younger. And one of the nice things about a Longhorn show, especially this loose show, is you get to look at everything in one class, and you get to see some of the maturity at this age. And then as we go, they'll get older and older, and you'll see how the growth and how the horn growth. If you ever wondered how much does a Texas Longhorn, how much horn do they grow in 4 months, 6 months, a year? Well, you're going to get to see some of that today as these classes progress. So we are in class 101, heifers born May 1st to June 30th. Judge, you should have 9 heifers in this class, I believe. As you're looking at them from the bleachers, I'm sure some of you have already picked out your favorite, whether you own her or whether you wished you owned her. And it looks like kind of an easy job when you're sitting up there in the stands, but I promise you, this is not an easy job for this judge. There are some very, very comparable heifers in this class, and the Texas Longhorn breed is so diverse. You see red and white speckles, you see black and white, you see dark brown Parker Browns, line back, solid colors. You see different horn shapes and different horn growth in these heifers. And while all these heifers are just May through June, they're very close in age. There's different horn lengths, there's different horn shapes. And so you're looking at quite a few different things, as well as conformation, tight back lines, long hips, straight legs, good bone. So many things that this judge is looking at with the Texas Longhorn that you don't have to look at in other breeds. But there is something that we call Longhorn value. And it goes above what you see in your beef breeds. It's beyond whether it's just a quality animal, whether the conformation is just right, whether they look like they'll be reproductive down the road. Really, it goes to the color, the horn, the growth, so many other factors in the Longhorn breed that you have to take into account. that these fellows that go out and judge these shows, well, they spend a lot of time looking at cattle, both in their own herds and others, and they've learned what it takes to be a quality animal in the Texas Longhorn breed, and there's none better than John Oliver here today. So it's going to be exciting to see what he does. Don't let that blank look on his face fool you. He's got it. He's got it figured out. You know, we always have a few celebrities here at the National Western Texas Longhorn Show. We've got both presidents of our local organizations, and just into the arena, if you look down here in the corner, the blonde with the curly hair, well, that's Miss Dela Dickinson Lenz. She is the daughter of Darrell Dickinson of Dickinson Cattle Company Incorporated. And they're in Ohio now. They started here in Colorado, and they started my life in the Texas Longhorn industry as well. And, of course, raised some of the great cattle in this industry. Matter of fact, if you look at this program and check out some of the bulls and cows that have sired some of these young heifers, you'll see a lot of Dickinson blood in a lot of these animals. So we appreciate Dela being here today. She owns quite a few cattle herself. And so she's one of the prominent breeders in the industry. We are really thankful for some things here in the local association. I think James Bray just walked in, and the Painted Skull Ranch, man, they have done a job this year. They started out with a halter breaking seminar here just a couple of weeks ago there at the Painted Skull. And if you're not acquainted with the Painted Skull Ranch of Ellicott, Colorado, well, they run barrel races, they run breakaway ropings, but they do a lot of youth programs here in the state of Colorado. Work with the kids a lot and give them some things to do that keeps them off the streets and off their phones. And we appreciate the Painted Skull Ranch. And of course, yesterday you saw some of their cattle in the ring as well, and you'll do it again today. So they're one of our breeders that we're very proud of here in Colorado. Okay. All right. I think we've got a raffle that we run every year here, in maybe in my mind, I think there's a 50% jackpot and 50% maybe goes to the youth program. I'm maybe Jordan Widows or somebody, but there's somebody around that's actually selling raffle tickets. Is that correct? Okay, just kind of wave down there. Whoever's selling, there you go, down there in the corner. Those folks are selling some raffle tickets, so if you want to get involved in it, it helps fund the youth program, and plus you can win a little bit of money back, go back up on the hill in the Hall of Education and buy yourself a new belt buckle or something, so it'll be fun. Judge Oliver, we apologize. We intended to start off with just two in the class, one shiny heifer and one three-legged goat, but make it easy for you, but that did not happen. What a great class of heifers we're looking at here today, and really, if you're looking at getting started in the Texas Longhorn industry, or even if you've been in it for many, many years, it would be hard to put a set of heifers this kind of quality together all in one place. Folks, we appreciate the kind of quality you've brought here to the National Western. Some great young animals.
Well, good morning. Uh, Thanks, Gary, for making my life a little difficult this morning, first thing. But I appreciate it's always good to judge a Longhorn show. God has blessed us with some really great cattle, and I enjoy judging them. We've got 9 little heifers out here, and I apologize it took a little while to sort through and figure out what I wanted to do, but some really nice heifers. As we talked about yesterday in the halter show, there's so many different types and styles of Texas Longhorn, so you can kind of get what you want. What I'm looking for today is the most complete female in my mind that's feminine, structurally correct, has all the things we're looking for in a Texas Longhorn female. And so that being said, I'm going to start off today with the youngest heifer in the class, number 101, which is this heifer right here in front of me. She is the youngest heifer. She's a June 29th, and this class, the youngest heifer that can be in here is the June 30th. So she's really close to being in a younger division, but just a really nice female, structurally correct. She's not the most muscly female, but when you study her as she moves and tracks, she's my kind of heifer, and she's going to be first place today. Second place is going to be number 109, which is the oldest heifer in the group. Big, stout female, really appreciate the power she brings. I appreciate her horn set, her length of body, her depth of body. Just not quite as feminine up through that front end as her first place heifer, but really appreciate her a lot. Third place is going to be number 107. And she's right here, this little dark brindle heifer's got a really nice horn set, really good top line, really appreciate her a lot in third. Fourth place is going to be number 103. Which I believe is this heifer right here. Yes, this heifer right here. Big, stout made heifer. Appreciate the volume she has. She has a lot of spring of rib, a lot of depth of body, and we appreciate that about her. Her fifth place is going to be number 105. Yeah. Yeah, 105 is a little brindle heifer here in the corner. Really appreciate that horn set and how they're kind of twisting back, but really love the color pattern on her. Sixth place is going to be number 102, one of the younger heifers right here, going down through the track there. Appreciate her, her spring of rib, her depth of body on her. Seventh place is going to be number 108, this black and white little heifer here. Really appreciate her color pattern and her horn growth for her age. Eighth place is going to be number 106, the other little white heifer over on the back, just a little finer boned. Doesn't have quite the horn as some of the other heifers in front of her, and she'll be our eighth place. Ninth place is going to be number 104. This dark colored heifer here. Really appreciate the volume she brings, her height and her length. So a really nice group of females to start off our class. So let's give everyone a round of applause who brought these heifers today.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Very nice class. Thank you, folks, for bringing such good animals to the National Western. First place in this class is going to go to entry number 101. Her name's Native Iron. She's an Iron Span daughter out of Native Delight, owned by Casey Longhorns. That second place is going to get into number 109. That is MHL 99 Pennies. She's a Top Gun 213 daughter out of 3C Carmela Rapper, and David Chappe owns her. Third place going to go to entry number 107. That is MTR Chattahoochee. Way down yonder on the G1F Iron Drag Irons, the sire. Dunkers Leotes, the dam, owned by Martin's Twisted Ranch. And fourth place is going to entry number 103. That's Full Span. She's also an Iron Span daughter out of Full Stop, owned by Casey Longhorns. Fifth place to entry number 105. That's MTR Beretta. She's a G1F Iron Dragon daughter out of Tequila Lady 9, owned by Martin's Twisted Ranch. And sixth place goes to Iron Stop. She's an Iron Span daughter out of Rowan's Non-Stop, owned by the Casey Longhorns. Congratulations, folks. Great class of heifers. We're going to go right into class number 102. This is heifers born from March 1st to April 30th. We also have 9 heifers in the class, and it's no easier to judge, so be kind to the judge. He's going to need all the grace he can get. I'm telling you, this is not an easy job, judging a bunch of fine heifers like this.
You know, one of the beautiful aspects of these Longhorns are their horns. They attract so many viewers. As we mentioned yesterday, people driving along the street stop, ooh and ah, and take pictures. Gary, I was curious, with the amount of time you've been in the industry, what's the longest tip-to-tip length of a Longhorn that you've seen or know about or heard about? Or maybe it's a myth.
Yeah, that's a great question, Sam. And the longest horn bull in the history is a bull named Classic. He's 60 inches tip to tip.
That's impressive.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
And it's also 40 years old at this point. But you know, I remember back in the 1970s when Classic, the Butler bull, was the biggest horn bull in history at 60 inches. Now, let me just tell you how things have changed. If you don't hit 60 inches by 2 years old now, you don't have one that's on track to get anywhere. The longest horn bull in the industry, the world record setter, well, that's whatever his name is. Yeah.
Poncho?
No, not Poncho. It's amazing how things actually kind of go away from my head. But he is over 107 inches now, maybe 108, and he's owned by Richard and Jeannie Phillips now. He was raised by Bob Loomis, and of course there are many. The one thing about the Texas Longhorn breed now is that these record holders are changing fairly rapidly. We saw a steer in here yesterday, and you'll see him again today. They call him Old Mustache, that is owned by the Freeman Ranch, that I believe he's over 135 inches somewhere as a steer, and he may not be the world record holder as a steer.
That's impressive.
2 years ago, a cow that was 105 and a half inches at 5 years old sold for $700,000 at the Legend sale in Oklahoma. And of course, like I said, Cowboy Tough Checks is the biggest bull in the breed, or he was, but that has changed rapidly. We've thought over the years, everything from Shadowism to Top Caliber and on, of bulls that were world record holders, and they just keep falling by the wayside as they get bigger and bigger and bigger. But here's the thing. The genetic package is what makes that happen. So what you look at in the Texas Longhorn breed is the genetic package that built those types of animals and keep breeding back on the right kind of females, and that just keeps getting bigger and stronger, and not just horn base, tight backs. But many of these extreme bulls in horn had some other deficiencies and had to be crossed on stronger females that balance out some of those deficiencies. So you can carefully look at bloodlines in the breed, and one of the nice things is that everybody in this breed likes something just a little bit different. Some of I don't know what's your favorite color in the Longhorn breed?
I love the Brendel look. I think a nice coat on a Longhorn in the Brendel category is beautiful.
Okay. Well, I expected you to stand out in the crowd and give me something unusual, but truthfully, everybody in this breed really seems to love Brendel.
Yeah.
And I told you yesterday that Hap Shahan, he would buy a steer that only had 3 legs and 1 horn if he was Brendel. He loved the Brendel color and the Brendel hides. But today, what we see in these Longhorn futurities is we see a lot of brindle animals. Now, why do you think that is?
Well, probably people be breeding for that specific breed.
Well, people are breeding because they love it. But here's the thing. When you have a group of judges, and we're looking at a little different situation here today. This is what we call a legacy Texas Longhorn show. In other words, this is how we've shown Texas Longhorns over the years. They come in the arena, they're all standing side by side, and you're judging heifer against heifer against heifer. But what we have in the breed today is called the Longhorn futurities. And what it means is it's the future of the breed. So it is 3-year-olds and under. They're brought into a very small ring with a set of 5 judges sitting in front of it, and they're brought in one at a time, and they are scored between 60 and 80 individually, just as if you were scoring them against the absolute perfect animal. So if you think that the animal you're looking at is 2/3 of what's perfect, you might score it a 75 or something like that. And so the futurities have kind of migrated the breed away from just tip-to-tip horn measurement to horn measurement, body condition, color, so many other variables. And what we have found is that more and more people are bringing brindle heifers to futurities. Do you believe that's right, Judge? You're seeing that quite a bit in the futurity world. And the reason is because we have something that's called first impression when we're judging. And it doesn't matter if you're judging this group of heifers in the arena or if you're judging them one at a time. You have a first impression when they come in. Maybe they carry themselves a little different. Maybe their heads are up a little higher. Maybe they're a very flashy color. And they have found in these futurities that these beautiful brindle heifers capture the attention of these judges.
Yeah, I believe it.
And so along with the other qualities, brindle has become a very popular quality, not only because people love it, but because judges love it as well. And it's hard to win if you don't have a very beautiful colored heifer. Okay. Looks like we had one heifer that just didn't want to come with the bunch. Now she's here, and we're ready to go with class number 2. Class 102, heifers born March 1st through April 31st. March 1st through April 31st, heifers. Judge, this is your class. You should have 9 in it, and it's not going to be any easier than the first one. I have just been told by the National Western that it's getting a little dusty in here. And boy, they have really worked hard and gone over backwards to make sure that the facilities are absolutely perfect here at the National Western. So when we finish, and I think this will work good, when we finish the heifer classes, the junior and senior heifers, while the pin crew is putting them back out and kind of getting them resorted before we go into the older age females, they're going to come in and water this pin down a little bit so that you folks in the crowd don't have to stare through the haze to see them. And really, it's not bad at all right now, but we appreciate what the National Western has done really to make these shows the best possible situation. And the facilities are amazing. The grounds crews are amazing. The help has been so good here. The volunteers are all so nice and polite, and we appreciate what the National Western's doing for us. So after we get done with the junior and senior heifers, they're going to come in and water the pin down. That'll give the pin crews a little bit of extra time to sort for the older females. We have had a unique thing happen in the bovine industry over the last couple of years, and certainly it has affected the Texas Longhorn industry. I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago that 2 years ago at the Legends sale, a 5-year-old cow sold for $700,000 at auction. Now, that was a unique situation and by far the top-selling cow in history for a Texas Longhorn female. But in the last few years, we've seen the bovine industry in general, the commercial cattle industry, actually kind of climb out of sight, where we're paying $4 and $5 a pound for calves these days to go into the beef market. What that's done for the Texas Longhorn hasn't really changed the top end of the Longhorn breed much, but what it has changed is the bottom end. We always considered that our culls, the ones that we didn't feel like were going to make it on the registered end, were either going to be beef or they were going to be rodeo stock roping steers. Roping steers over the years have brought anywhere from $150 to $350 a round, and a price that poor team ropers like myself could afford to take home and rope them and break a horn off or something and end up taking them back to the sale barn and maybe not losing too much money on them. Well, in the last year and a half, roping steers have gone to way up around $1,000 to $1,500 a head just for roping cattle. And I was just talking to a fella that contracts roping cattle to the National Western the other day, tie-down calves and roping steers as well, is getting $50 a run lease money just for them to utilize their roping steers. And one of the reasons behind that is because of the cost of these young animals. So the bottom end of the Texas Longhorn industry has really jumped over the last couple years, and it's been good for breeders. Maybe the extremism of it won't last, as I'm sure, and kind of causes some problems in the beef industry for a while. But boy, if you're a Longhorn breeder, or if you're an Angus breeder, if you're a Shorthorn breeder, and you can sell calves at $4 or $5 a pound, that makes the cattle business look fun. If you're in the crowd today and watching and you're not a breeder, really don't know a lot about the Texas Longhorn breed, one of your questions might be what I get most when we're downtown with a bunch of cattle, and that is, are these cattle dangerous? They see these big horns and, man, they look very intimidating. Now, let me just tell you something about the Longhorn breed. The Texas Longhorn breed has what I call a built-in protective weapon on each side of their heads. And if you're a coyote, you should be very afraid, because they certainly can take care of themselves in the pastures. We rarely have a calf damaged or hurt by a coyote in our pastures, because the Longhorns will take care of that animal fairly quickly, almost any type of a predator. But to a human, well, if you watch these kids show these cattle yesterday, one of my favorite photos over the last few years was Mick Velasquez laying over here on the other side of this pen in between shows, and his old steers laying down asleep, and Mick's laying down on this steer's belly sound asleep, and they are cuddled up just like you would with a newborn puppy. These animals are so smart. The Texas Longhorn breed is such a bright breed of animal, and they attach to people very quickly. And if you spend a little bit of time with them, they'll become your best friends.
We've got some amazing youth up here. They have an announcement for everybody in the stands. It's a last call, but here, we'll let them speak for themselves.
Last chance for raffle tickets.
Oh, boy, here they are up on stage. If you see them, raise your hands. How much are you selling the raffle tickets for?
1 for 5, 5 for 1, and 20 for 6.
1 for 5?
20 for 6.
20 for 6. All right, let's support these next generation. Oh, look at here. Here's a $5 bill. I'll take that. Thanks, Gary. There you go. Last chance. Last chance.
Hey, I want the winning ticket, though, not just any ticket. Okay? The one you're going to draw out, give me the other half of that. Okay. So everybody jump into the raffle. You're going to want to do this, and it's just a fundraiser for the youth program here in Colorado, and we want to support these kids. They're doing such a great job. And I'm just telling you what, It makes them better young people, which will make them better adults. They're going to be running this country someday. Give them every chance. Jump in on the raffle. It's not going to be as good as it was because I just bought the winning ticket. Yeah. But still, there's always a chance. Hey, ladies, we've got another big spender coming down the stairs here. He's going to want to jump in, probably buy 30 tickets or one. My wife just said she's running over to the Hall of Education at the trade show and wants to know if she can have my wallet. What do you folks think the answer is to that?
All right, again, I apologize. There's a lot of good heifers in here from top to bottom, and just a lot of diversity like we talked about earlier in the breed. It takes a little while to sort through and kind of figure out what you're going to do. But for me today, I'm going to start with number 205. She's one of the older heifers in the group right here. This heifer right here. Real nice, solid heifer. Really appreciate the balance on her, the bone and substance she's got, the depth of body. Just a really nice female to start the class. Our second place heifer is number 209. The bigger horned heifer right here. Really appreciate the red heifer right here. Really appreciate her femininity, the horn set she's got. She's got a good straight level top line. Appreciate the spring of ribs she's got, the condition she's got. She'll be second place. Third place is going to be number 208, this brindle heifer right here. Again, we appreciate the horn set, that color pattern that Gary was talking about earlier, that brindle color. Appreciate the bone and substance on this heifer too. Fourth place is number 203. This other brindle heifer here, really appreciate her too, her depth of body, her length of body. If I change anything up on her a little, maybe just raise her tail set up just a little bit. Fifth place is number 413, which is that red and white heifer on the back, got a little brindle to her. Really nice, more moderate frame type heifer. Really appreciate her depth of body and the balance on her. Sixth place is number 411, the big black heifer, black-necked heifer over here. Again, appreciate what she brings, the black color. She's got a little taller type heifer, and appreciate the growth on her. Seventh place is number 201, which is actually the youngest heifer in the group here. Appreciate that color. She's got that high-value color pattern on her. We appreciate that about her. Her horn set just giving up a little bit in balance for us today. Eighth place is number 206, which is a black heifer right behind her. Really appreciate the length of body on this heifer and her horn set. So she's sixth place. Eighth place. Number 204, the black and white speckled heifer right here, is ninth place. Again, we appreciate that color on her. The unique color of that black and white speckled is unique. And we'll round up with number 202, which is a white heifer right here. Again, we appreciate the growth that she has, the height and the length. A really nice group of heifers from top to bottom. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. They brought some nice heifers to this class.
All right, thank you, Judge. Great class of heifers. First place is entry number 205. Her name is Iron Line. She's an Iron Sunrise daughter out of Jetliner, owned by Casey Longhorn. Second place goes to Jetline. She's a Timeline daughter out of JH Jet Poco Black, owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman on the Freeman Ranch in Kim, Colorado. Third place goes to entry number 208. That is Amola Blue AC. She's a Gunman's Miracle daughter out of Phoebe Mary AC, Amy and Carter Hunt, owner Antelope Creek Longhorns. And fourth place goes to number 203. Her name's Zella, 2 over J5. She's sired by Deuce. Her dam is Auburn, 2 over J3, owned by the Freeman Jarnigan Partnership. Fifth place goes to entry number 413, Cody Red Howdy. She's owned by Casey Longhorns. And sixth place goes to entry number 411, Triple L Dream Wild, owned by Lippert Longhorns. Thank you, folks. Great class of Longhorn heifers. Here's your class number 103. These are heifers born January 1st through February 28th, 2025. So these are your yearlings, your true year-old heifers the judge is looking at. And as you'll see, we're getting a little bit more horn, a little bit more size, body length. That color's really popping out. Things are starting to change in these young heifers. What's not starting to change is we've got 5 very high-quality heifers in this class. It's not going to make it easy for our judge. Just a reminder that your non-haltered show today, or your loose cattle show, is sponsored by the Cold Copper Ranch of Burnett, Texas. Callie and Mike Smith not only own Cold Copper Longhorns, but they own Cold Copper Commodities, and that is a ranch Western store down there in Burnett, Texas. If you're ever down in that area, you might want to stop in and see them. Got some great deals in the store, got some tremendous cattle in the pasture. Well, you'd enjoy a little bit of time with Mike and Callie if you're ever in that area. Or maybe you'll run into them at a fraternity down the road. They like to go to some of the high-end stuff, and they're always a joy to talk to. We are thankful for our sponsors. They're what make our world go around here at the National Western, and Cold Copper is certainly one of our sponsors that's been involved for the last 3 or 4 years. Thank you, Cold Copper Ranch of Burnett, Texas. All in, all done on the raffle. Last call. Anybody that wants a raffle ticket that hasn't got one, just wave your hand in the air, wave your hat, jump up and down, holler, scream, kick the bleachers, do something. Because we're going to draw for the raffle here pretty quick if nobody else wants in. We're getting close on the raffle. These young ladies are still running up and down the bleachers. You've still got a chance. Now listen, you're going to win 50% of the jackpot. You're going to win 50% of the jackpot So the more you put in, the more you can win back. And listen, if you don't think you can win, donate to somebody else that can. And then the rest of it, the other 50%, is going to go to the youth program. Is that correct? Okay. Student says that's absolutely correct. Going to go to the young people here in the Texas Longhorn industry in Colorado. You can't go wrong donating to the young people of this next generation. One of these days, they're going to be taking care of you.
All right, this is our third class of January and February females. We've got 5 really nice individuals here. I'm going to start with this Grilla color heifer, number 304. Just really appreciate the horn set on this heifer. When she walks and moves, she's structurally sound and correct. Love that top line and length of body that she's got on her. Second place is going to be the Brindle heifer right in front of her, number 305. She too is a real long-bodied female. She's got that femininity I'm looking for. Got a unique color pattern. We really like that about her. If we're going to be nitpicky, maybe want to lower her a little bit in that rear flank. Third place heifer is the heifer over on the end over there, number 301. She's the youngest heifer in the group. Appreciate the depth of body, 301, depth of body that she's got. Again, she's the youngest heifer in there. Really appreciate a lot of things about her. Fourth place is going to be number 303, which is his bigger horned heifer here. Really appreciate the horn set and how they're kind of twisting back. The bone she's got and the length of body that she's got. And then we'll round up the class with number 302, a little more moderate frame female. But we really appreciate the straight level top she has and the good horn set she has on her. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for these nice January, February heifers.
Great class of heifers. Thank you, folks, for bringing them. Thank you, Judge. Great job. Again, entry number 304 is going to be your class winner. That's Silver Dollar Cowgirl CPL. She's entered by David and Kimberly Nicodem. That's Nick Nicodem, and Nick always brings some great cattle to the National Western. And it says, you know, here's an interesting deal. We're in the Loose Cattle Show, and my program says that Nick entered her and that Kim was showing her. So I didn't even see Kim out in the arena, but we appreciate what they do here at the National Western. They're going to win the class with entry number 304. In second place is going to go to entry number 305. That's Mountain KOA Cowgirl CPL. And when you see that CPL at the end, you know it comes from Commander's Place Longhorns. That's also Nick and Kim Nicodem. They've brought another good one. He's sired by Runaway Gray, and Mountain Mango Betty CPL is the dam on that heifer. Thanks for bringing a couple great heifers. Congratulations on 1 and 2 in the class. Third place is going to entry number 301. That's Gunman Sequoia, a Gunman's Miracle Daughter out of Strike the Box, owned by the Casey Longhorns. Fourth place goes to entry number 303, Dragon Misty's Nymeria. JTW Side-by-Sides, the sire. G&L Evening Mist is the dam, and they're owned by Sarah Kampf. Fifth place goes to entry number 302. That's Windy Point Grace Red 1R IR. Red Iron is the sire. Windy Point, the lady, is the dam. Alana Pearson of Windy Point Longhorns owns her. Thank you so much, folks, for bringing the great ones. But we're not done with the junior heifers, Sam. We're going to bring them back in, winners from each class, and then we're going to judge them as grand and reserve. That's my favorite part, don't you think?
Yeah, I love it. You get a good look at all these amazing heifers out here. But before we get to the champions, I think we have a raffle winner to announce.
All right, young ladies, are you ready to draw for the raffle? Are you?
All right, they're just putting my ticket up top.
You never count your money when you're sitting at the table.
I'm enough for counting.
Okay, what we're doing right now is Jordan is figuring out how much money they took in and how much you're going to win when they pull, how much I'm going to win when they pull my ticket out. We're going to find out who the winner's going to be and how much they've won and how much is going to the youth program. Thank you guys for donating to that. We appreciate it. The young people appreciate it. You will never regret it, I promise you. What your judge is doing, if you haven't been to a show much before, he's looking at the first place heifers from the first 3 classes. And he's going to pick the best of the best out of these. And then they're going to bring the second place heifer from that class back in, and he'll pick the reserve champion from those. Are you ready? Are you ready to draw? Okay, hold it right up here so everybody can watch us so we don't think there's any cheating. Here we go. Dong, 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 dong. And the winner is, the winning ticket number is 3696858. And it ain't mine.
Come on down.
6858's the last numbers on the ticket. Who's got 6858?
There we
Looky
go.
up there in the top of the bleachers. We're going to send these young people right up to you. Just stay right there. Did you see where they're at up here?
Yeah.
$286.
Wow,
To the winner up there
congratulations.
in
You
the
can go to lunch
nosebleed.
today.
Here we go. Congratulations.
All right, so we're at our junior champion drive. 3 really nice heifers. I really like all 3 of these heifers a lot. We've got the youngest heifer in the show. We talked about her just being like 1 day from being in, 2 days from being in another younger class. Just a really nice, elegant female. Appreciate how well balanced she is and how she moves and struts, and really like her a lot. Our second class heifer, we again the same type of body style there. Appreciate that straight level top, the depth of body she brings, and just a really 2 nice individuals. And me today, I'm gonna go with the Gruyere heifer over here is gonna win the show as far as junior champion. Just appreciate everything about her: her horn growth, her horn shape, the way the amount of bone she has in her body. She's very well balanced. Maybe make her a little deeper body, but she's a really long spined heifer, and we appreciate that about her a lot. But got a really great hip on her, so she'll be our junior champion female. So we bring the second place heifer in for reserve, and she fits right nicely into this group. We appreciate the color pattern on her. We appreciate the depth of body she's got. But for me today, I like the little baby heifer over here as reserve. She's just so elegant. I really appreciate how well she's put together from the tip of her nose to her tail. She'll be our reserve champion number 101. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, congratulations to the winners of your champion and reserve champion non-haltered junior heifers. So, champion non-haltered heifer is going to go to entry number 304. That's right? Entry number 304. Her name is Silver Dollar Cowgirl CPL. She's a Bob Lee BCR 934 daughter. Buttercream Cowgirl CPL is her dam, and like I told you before, you see that CPL at the end. That means Commander's Place Longhorns. That's David and Kimberly Nicodem. We appreciate Nick bringing us some good ones. He's going to take him home a grand champion buckle. Reserve champion halter junior heifers is going to entry number 101. Her name's Native Iron. She's an Iron Span daughter owned by the Casey Ranch. We're going to move right into our non-haltered senior heifers. We just have 3 classes of these. And then remember, after this, we're going to judge our grand champion heifer, and then we'll clear out of the arena for a minute, and the National Western's going to come in, and they're going to water this arena down kind of knock the dust down so that you folks don't get so dirty in the front row and you don't have to look through a haze to see these girls. Appreciate what the National Western does for us. So you folks out there in the alleys, you can kind of catch your air a little bit before we go into the cow show, maybe give you a chance to put some heifers back and give these folks a chance to water the arena down. Right now, we're going to go into class number 104. This is heifers born September 1st through December 31st. All right, we are going right on into Class 401, and I will tell you again, after the heifers are over, we're going to come in and water the arena down. That way, our folks in the pens will have a chance to be able to put heifers back and get some of their stock sorted before we go into the mature females. So we're going to go right into Class 104, just a couple heifers in this class. Judge, you're going to be looking at entries 401 and 402. Heifers born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
All right, so we've only got two heifers in this class. We've got the younger heifer here, which is a November heifer of 24, and then a September heifer of 24, just 2 months difference in age. I'm going to go with the smaller, more moderate frame female, the little white female here. Really appreciate the bone that she's got, how correct she is with that straight top line she's got on her. A little more balanced heifer, even though she's in a smaller package, but I like her a little better than I like the black heifer. I do appreciate the horn on this black heifer. I appreciate the height that she brings. The depth of body she's got, especially in that front forerib. But I'd just like to straighten her up on that top line just a little bit and give her a little more depth in that rear flank. But two really nice females to start this class. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as we move to the next one.
All right, got that one figured out. Class number 104, your heifers born September through December of 2024. First place goes to entry number 401. That's Windy Point Wilma RT. Windy Point RT Claw Checks is the sire. Windy Point Pebbles M2 is the dam, and he's owned by Lana Pearson. She's right out there in the pen with her. Entry number 402 will be second place in that class. That's MHL Jackie Get Your Gun. Top Gun 213 is the sire. Queen Player EOT is the dam, and Davis Shappy owns her. Thanks for bringing a couple of really nice heifers in that class. We're going to run right on into class number 105. This is heifers born May 1st through August 31st, 2024. You'll have 5 in the class, Judge. And we'll have a couple more classes of heifers and your grand champion awards. And then we're going to clear everything out, let the National Western come in and water down the arena. And that'll give our pin crew time to put heifers back and get their mature cows sorted. That way things will run smoothly here at the National Western. Appreciate what everybody does to make that happen. If you get a chance and you're out there in the yards, you might just pat a couple of those pin guys on the back that are running the gates, working cattle in and out. They do a great job of getting cattle in and out quickly to our classes and causing things to move smoothly here at our National Western Texas Longhorn Show. Some of them are out there in the cold while we're sitting in here in the warm. So make sure you pat them on the back, tell them what a good job they did today.
All right, we got a really nice set of May through August 2024 heifers out here. I'm going to start with number 503, this first heifer right here on the left. I really appreciate the balance this heifer brings, her length of body, her depth of body. To me, she's definitely the most balanced female in the whole group, and I just appreciate what she brings to the table. So number 503 will be first place. Second place is going to be number 502, the mainly white heifer over here. She too is a well-balanced female. I appreciate her depth of body and the bone that she brings. 502 right here. She's got a tremendous amount of horn base if that's what you like, but she's real feminine, just a really balanced female. I really like her a lot, so she'll be our second place female. Third place is number 504. Really appreciate this female too, her horn growth. She's a more moderate frame female, a little more fine boned, and I really like to just lower a little more in that rear flank. But number 504 will be third place. Number 505 right here will be fourth place. Appreciate the color pattern on this. She's the oldest heifer in the group. She's going to be a more moderate type female, but when you study her, she's structurally very correct. We appreciate that. Appreciate the color pattern and the horn on her. And then number 501, we'll round out with her. She too is a deep-bodied female. We appreciate that about her and her length of body that she brings to the table. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause on these females they brought.
All right, congratulations to the winners of Class 105. First place in Class 105 is going to go to entry number 503. That is M2 Nikita 1824. She's an M2 Challenger daughter out of M2 Tiffany, owned by David Chepe. Second place goes to entry number 502, LJL Focus Latigo. She's a Focused on the Stars daughter out of Little Hot Whitney, Pat and Heidi Kelly owner. Third place goes to entry number 504. That's MHL Power Dancer. Lineups her sire, Stop Dancing's her dam. She's owned by David Chepe. Fourth place goes to entry number 505. That is Iron Cowgirl. She's an Iron Sunrise daughter out of Cowgirl Jubilee, owned by the Casey Ranch. And in fifth place goes to entry number 501. Windy Point Peaches RT. Windy Point RT Clawcheck's the sire. Windy Point Patsy's the dam. And she's owned by Lana Pearson. And we're going to roll right into Class 106. These are heifers born January 1st through April 30th of 2024. And it'll be a little tougher judge. You got 9 heifers in this nice class. Oh, a little bit of everything here. Beautiful color, beautiful horn sets. Some really, really nice young females here. And if you're sitting in the crowd, you can see a little bit more growth. Now we're talking about 2-year-olds. And that'll tell you kind of what these cattle look like and how much they grow per year. You think back to what those yearlings looked like with those little 20, 25-inch horns, and now we're 30 and 40-inch horns, and a little more color, a little more size, a little more depth. Well, that's how they grow. We'll see what the judge thinks. Everybody in the crowd needs to be taking a look, making a decision of which one you'd want to take home if you had the chance to, and call her first place. See if you believe what the judge does. For the folks here at the National Western, this is our last heifer class. We'll judge the non-haltered senior heifers, Grand and Reserve, and then the Grand Champion and Reserve, just a few in the ring, and then we'll clear everything out for you. We can come in and get some water on this dust and make everything just like you want it. I told you we had some celebrities here, and we've got one clear from Nevada. Melissa Bors has moved into Colorado with her job here. She used to put on the biggest little Longhorn sale in Reno, Nevada. And what a cool sale in Futura that he used to have out there. And now they've lost all their anybody that would do it. And she's come here to Colorado. She's going to get involved. So I'm just going to warn you exhibitors that next year Melissa's going to be here with some great cattle that she'll bring out from Nevada. And boy, we're excited to have you here, Melissa. She is what do you actually do?
I'm a geologist.
She's a geologist, that does mine and oil field and stuff. You spend a lot of time up in Alaska, and so she's way smarter than me and most people up here on the podium, but not smart enough not to be in the cow business. So we like that. So we're glad you're here, Melissa. Thanks for being here at the National Western. We look forward to seeing you and your cattle here next year.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
Great to be here, and I hope to meet everybody.
There you go. So if you haven't met Melissa, she's going to wander up and down and shake hands just like she's some politician running for governor. Thanks, Melissa. I'm going to remind the crowd once again, as well as the folks at the National Western, if this class is over, we're going to judge grand and reserves. And as soon as that's done, we're going to come in here and water this arena down. That's going to give the folks out in the yard a chance to get their mature cows in line and get some others put away. And it'll give you a chance to get out and get you a snack or a cup of coffee or about whatever you want to do. So we're going to take about a 15-minute break in between heifers and cows and give the folks at the National Western a chance to work on their arena. We really appreciate how much effort they put into these facilities here. And what a great job the city of Denver's done with the National Western Stock Show facilities over the last few years. They've made a wonderful change up here in Denver, and it's making a lot of difference in their cattle shows. And so we're thankful for that, thankful for what they do for us. We're going to give them a chance to do it here in about 15 minutes.
All righty. Again, a very challenging class. As we talked about before, the diversity in the breed, and you can see there's anything you want to pick and choose out of this class, you can pick and choose for yourself. So today I'm going to start with this 604 heifer over here, this multicolored heifer right here. Really appreciate the balance on her. She's got bone, substance. She's the most balanced heifer in my mind in the class. Appreciate that high value color pattern she's got on her, and she's got a nice horn set on her too. So number 604 will be first. Number 607 is this heifer right here. This brindle heifer will be second place. Again, too, we really appreciate the balance on this female, the horn set she's got. Just a really nice balanced female with a lot of depth of body and a lot of balance to her. Third place is number 601, which I believe is this brindle heifer here on the end. Yes, so again, a real deep-bodied female. If I change her up, maybe her rear third, give her a little more hip to her, but just a really nice female in third place. Fourth place is number 602, which I believe may be this black and white heifer down here. Yes, 602. Fourth place is 602. Really appreciate the balance on this female. She doesn't have quite the horn. She's one of the younger heifers in the group. But if you study her, she's really good on her feet and legs, and her skeletal structure is correct. So we're going to give her fourth place. In fifth place is number 609, the brindle heifer back on the back. Again, appreciate that colored pattern. Appreciate her depth of body, too. So a really nice heifer. Number 609 in fifth place. Sixth place is number 608, which is this heifer right in here. Again, another really nice heifer with a really nice horn set. Really like to just extend her in that front end and then through that neck to make her a little more feminine in the front end. Seventh place is number 425. She's right here. Really nice. I love the paint color pattern on this heifer. Just a little, and the horn set she's got. Just a really nice heifer in her own right, and she ended up in seventh place. Eighth place is number 606. This heifer right here, the red-necked heifer here. If you study this heifer, she's a really nice heifer in her own right, just giving up a little more in substance and size on the other heifers. But eighth place is 606. Ninth place is going to be 603. Which is this black heifer here on the back. Again, a really nice heifer in her own right. 10th place is going to be number 605, which is this heifer right back here. The bighorn heifer with a little bigger base, just a little smaller frame. Heifer, a little more compact than what I like, but just a nice heifer in her own right. She brings a lot to the table. Again, a lot of heifers. I appreciate your patience on this class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. 10 really nice heifers.
You guys aren't going to win a cut, and you just back-finished your cow. Great job, folks, in class number 106. Man, a tough class. Not a heifer in there that I wouldn't want to take home and start a breeding program with. Just a really fine set of young heifers. But we've got one that rose to the top. Entry number 604 is going to be your first place heifer in class 106. Her name is Ideally Iris AC. She's a Mr. Colorado daughter out of Nearly Perfect, owned by Amy and Carter Hunt. Second place goes to number 607. That's Phoebe's Delight, a Mr. Colorado daughter out of Phoebe Mary AC, also owned by Amy and Carter Hunt. Congratulations, Carter. 1 and 2 in that class. And third place is going to go to entry number 601. That's Eye of the Tiger. She's a cut and zoom GLR daughter out of Sangria 14, owned by Toby and Chris Johnson. Then fourth place goes to MTR Wild Little Jewel. She's a G1F Iron Dragon daughter out of MTR Wild Child, owned by the Martins Twisted Ranch. Fifth place goes to Windy Point Pocahontas J. John Kay's the sire, and Windy Point Penny Calvin's the dam. She's owned by Lana Pearson. And sixth place, entry number 608. PSR Cool to be Golden. She's a Too Cool daughter out of PSR Golden Maiden. She's owned by the Painted Skull Ranch of Ellicott, Colorado. Thank you, folks, for bringing such a great set of heifers. We're going to bring our first and second places back in. We're going to judge champion haltered senior, and reserve champion haltered senior. Non-haltered. We're going to judge the champion and reserve champion, and then we'll judge the grand champion overall. Then we're going to pull them all out, and we're going to water the arena down and give you a few minutes to take a break, stretch your legs, get something to eat, whatever you like, and our pin crew will be able to kind of settle down and get some of the animals put back and get sorted down a little bit. It'll be good for everybody, I promise you. This class, as well as all the classes of the non-haltered show today, are sponsored by the Cold Copper Ranch of Burnett, Texas. Make sure and give Mike and Callie a big hand every time you see them for being such great sponsors of the National Western Stock Show.
All right, we got three really nice heifers in our senior champion drive. We talked about them in class. We've got the young heifer here that was in the class of 2, a little more moderate framed heifer, and really nice heifer in old right. And then we've got the bigger bodied heifer out of class 2 in a pretty competitive class, and then the older heifer that was in that big class there at the last. Three really nice females. They're all a little bit different in body shape and design. Me today, I'm going to go with the older heifer over there, number 604. I just think she puts more of the pieces together for me today. Appreciate that horn color, appreciate that length of body she's got in the horn set. She's going to be my senior champion female over here. Let's give that exhibitor a round of applause for bringing a nice heifer. We bring that brindle heifer in, who was second place in our oldest class. A really nice female, real long-bodied. We appreciate that about her. Appreciate that horn set she's got on her and that color pattern. But for me today, I'm going to go to 503. I think she's a little more complete heifer. I love the balance on this female, how up-headed she is when she moves. So 503 will be our reserve junior champion. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for some really nice heifers.
Just to confirm, Lana, we got 604 and 503. Is that correct? All right, your champion non-haltered senior heifer is going to be entry number 604 today. That's Ideally Iris AC, owned by Amy and Carter Hunt. And your reserve champion senior is going to be entry number 503. That is M2 Nikita 1824, owned by David Chape. We'll bring them and a few others back in, and we are going to pick the grand champion non-haltered heifer of the National Western Stock Show 2026. Coveted award. We're looking forward to seeing what the judge will do. He's going to have to look at a little bit of everything from Class 1 up, and we'll see what we find out here shortly for the Grand Champion Award of the 2026 National Western Stock Show. Now, if you'll notice, Lana has got the judge back in the back pen, and she's explaining to him which cows to pick. No, I'm kidding. She's absolutely not doing that. What she's doing is we have a little difference in class scheduling and things between the Texas Longhorn Breeders Association and the International Texas Longhorn Association. We want to make sure that everybody from each association gets the points correctly associated with each of their associations. And so to do that, we have to kind of look through things and make sure that what won on the TLBA side and what won on the ITLA side both got the points that they deserve. So the year-end point awards come out good. So occasionally we have to go back and look through a few things, point and click a little bit, and they will absolutely get it right, and everything will work just like it always does here at the National Western. We get along here in Colorado, and it makes for a better show. Okay, looks like we got that part of it figured out. Here's where the judging gets a little tougher because you're looking at quite a wide age range in these young heifers. Not much difference in a 15-year-old cow between that and a 13-year-old cow, but a lot of difference between a 6-month-old heifer and a 2-year-old heifer.
All right, this is for our grand champion, non-haltered female. We've got our junior champion, little heifer in the front right here, which is a year younger than our senior champion here at the back. Two really nice individuals. This Grulla heifer, I really like her a lot. I love her lines as far as correct, how straight she is on that top. She's got a nice horn set to her. They're probably going to twist and roll back. Just a really nice heifer in her own right. The senior heifer champion, really appreciate her too. She's going to be a little more moderate framed. I think this Grulla heifer is probably going to be a lot bigger cow in the long run, but the moderate female, I really appreciate her too. Appreciate that femininity she brings, the length of body and spine that she's got, the amount of bone she's got. Two really nice individuals. You can not go wrong either way, but me today, I'm going to go with the 604, the older heifer for our grand champion female. She just puts a little more together for me, and I really like that heifer a lot. All right, we bring in the reserve senior champion, and I really love this female a lot. She's really well balanced. I appreciate that about her. That body, she's a little more taller heifer. I love that frosted face on her. It comes down to just kind of preference. I think it's really tight here for me on reserve, but I'm going to go with a younger heifer for reserve grand champion. I just really like the femininity on her a little better. Just a really long-bodied female. It's going to be a big female. So number 304 will be your reserve grand champion female. Again, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Those who had them in the champion drive, some really nice females to be able to evaluate.
All right. Well, your champion non-halter, your grand champion non-haltered senior heifer today here at the National Western, highest honors in the heifer classes, is entry number 604. That's Ideally Iris. She's a Mr. Colorado daughter out of Nearly Perfect, and she's owned by Amy and Carter Hunt. And your reserve champion non-haltered senior heifer goes to entry number 304. She is Silver Dollar Cowgirl CPL from Commander Place Longhorn. She's a Bob Lee BCR daughter. Buttercream Cowgirls her dam, and David and Kimberly Nicodem owner. Congratulations to everyone involved. Thanks for the great set of heifers today. We're going to have our folks kind of put things away and get sorted out in the back. And the folks from the National Western are going to come in, water down this arena a little bit. We appreciate them. Thanks for what we're doing. This is going to give you guys a few minutes to go out and stretch your legs a little bit, maybe get something to drink, get a cup of coffee, hit the boys' room, whatever you need to do. You'll have just a little bit of time here in between now and when we start the mature cow classes in about 15 minutes. Thank you, folks.
A stranger one fine day, hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw, loose and running, came the whisper from each lip. And he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more, 1 in 19 more. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was an Arizona Ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He came here to take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead. And he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red, after Texas Red. Wasn't long before the story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry, men that tried before were dead. 20 men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. The morning passed so quickly, it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from the handsome ranger was about to meet his death, about to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas red is not cleared leather for a bullet fairly ripped, and the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was over in a moment and the folks had gathered round. There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground. Oh, he might have went on living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron.
Got our pin watered down, and I think we're about ready to get started with the young females, the junior cows here pretty quick. As soon as our judge is here and ready, and our ring stewards are ready, our classes are already loaded in the alleyway, and we'll get rolling right on to class number 107. This is going to be females born in 2023. Females born in 2023. So you're going to be looking at 3-year-olds today, and man, there's some good-looking young cows in here raising some fancy calves. I think you're going to like this class. Looks like we got 9 head in the class, Judge.
All right, we are kicking off our class 107. Females born 2023.
Well, Sam, it's kind of fun watching these bigger cows, isn't it? I mean, that's amazing. These are just 3-year-old cows, and we started with 6-month-old heifers with horns about that long, and now we're in cows at 60 and 70 inches and even more. And boy, it's fun to watch the progression of these Longhorn females as they go from birth. And by the way, their mothers are happy that they're not born with big horns. That would be tough.
That would be a little painful.
But they do grow fast, some of them up to 2.5 inches a month at a young age. And then, of course, they start slowing down as they get older. But these horns will grow all their lives. These are not like deer or antelope. They don't lose horns. They're not just built of hair and glue. They actually have a bone clear out to the tip. They feel clear out to the tips of their horns. They've got nerve endings clear out there. Some of these cows that get up into the 80, 90, 100-inch horns, well, they could walk through a 30-inch gate and never touch the sides. They're very careful about the tips of their horns. They're very careful about where they put them. And no matter how big those horns get, they know exactly where they are all the time. And so unique thing about the Texas Longhorn. Okay, Sam just asked me a question. Are junior cows also called mature females? And so here's the thing. We use the term heifer kind of loosely in most bovine breeds, just like we do filly in the horse breeds. But a heifer is a young female that is not calved yet. She hasn't come to the point where she's ready to raise a calf. With longhorn cattle, that starts quite a bit younger. You can have a yearling cow that's bred, can be raising a calf as a 2-year-old, and she becomes a mature female at that age. But these cows, the expectation is by the time they are 3 years old, they are well along in their life cycle to be raising calves. As a matter of fact, it's a requirement here at the National Western that they either have a calf at side or that they're confirmed bred. And one of the things your judge will look for is he'll look for maternal traits that either tell him they are productive animals, they have been productive. Now, here in Colorado this time of year, most of these cows will not have calves on them. They'll be weaned before they get here, but they will be bred back at this point. So in the Texas Longhorn shows, the expectation is that they are productive females. And when I say a mature female, I am talking about something that's past the heifer stage. So a mature female can be anything from a first calf heifer on up to a 25-year-old cow.
All right. We've got a really nice class of females born 2023. Like Gary said, most of these have calved or fixing to calve, and just a really nice group of females from top to bottom, with a lot of things I appreciate about each and every one of them. I'm going to start today with this 703 female here. Just really appreciate the femininity on this female, appreciate the color pattern. That little frosty face really helps her out a lot, but that horn set and just the way she moves and tracks, just a really nice female, and really appreciate her a lot. So 703 will be first place. Second place is going to be 710, which I believe is the female in the corner over there. It's got the heifer calf, speckled heifer calf, just a really nice balanced female. Got a nice horn shape to her. Appreciate that color pattern. Doing a really bang-up job with that heifer calf on her. So she will be second place. Third place is going to be number 707, the black and white female right here. Really appreciate this female a lot. She's more of a moderate frame female. Appreciate the extension she's got, that horn set she's got. When you study her from the profile, just a really nice female in her own right. So she will be third place. Fourth place is going to be number 705, this big stout heifer here. If you're looking for the beef type longhorn, this is what you want right here. Just a really big, powerful female. Appreciate that about her. Maybe might make her a little more feminine, like a little more horn on her, but just a really structurally correct female, just big and powerful. A lot of things she brings to the breed, and we appreciate her a lot. In fifth place, I've got number 706, which is this female right here. Again, appreciate that speckled colored pattern on her. Appreciate the bone and structure that she's got and the horn set that she's got on her. Sixth place is number 709. The white cow with the heifer calf. Now this female's giving a lot to that heifer calf, raising that heifer calf she's got on her. But I really appreciate her and what she's doing and how she's out producing herself. She's a little smaller frame female, a little more fine bone female, but just a really nice female. Structurally, she's fine, and she's doing a good job with that calf. Seventh place is going to be number 704, which is this female right here, this red speckled female. Really appreciate the bone and structure on her, too, and the horn. She's got a tremendous amount of horn, and we really appreciate that about her a lot. Eighth place is going to be number 708. The red brindle female here. Kind of like our female in front of her. They're both got the same type body shape, good horn on them. Appreciate her color pattern, and just a really nice female. And in ninth place is number 701. This black female up here. Again, a really beautiful female as far as a color pattern and stuff. Just really would like to change her up a little bit in her structure, a little bit. A nice heifer in her own right. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Some really nice females out here today.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Class number 107. This is females born in 2023. First place goes to entry number 703. That's TCR Angels Envy 31. She's an open carry daughter out of CB Adelita. Jeff and Jordan Widows own her. Second place in class is entry number 710. That's Nick's 316 Pecos Jet Checks. She's the sire of the great Jet Black Checks bull and Dams Pecos Rodeo, owned by Christopher Nix. Third place goes to entry number 707. That's Majesty 5/13. Sire is committed. The dam is GH Princess Monica, owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman. Fourth place goes to 705. That's SL Salt and Pepper. Her sire is TL Slavik. Her dam is $10 Moon Pie, and she's put in by Shelby Moore. Fifth place goes to entry number 706. That's Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I know. Mr. Iconics, the sire. C9 Sweet Chicks, the dam, owned by Amy and Carter Hunt. And sixth place goes to entry number 709. Gray Pearl Cowgirl, CPL. PCC Runaway Gray is the sire. Casanova's Buttercup is the dam, owned by Nick and Kim Nicodem. Thank you for a great class of 3-year-old cows. Thank you, Judge. Great job. Looking forward to what we got next. Okay, Mr. Widows has just let us know that we've got extra National Western hoodies over there that they have not given to youth. They have some adult sizes everywhere from medium up to 2XLs. They are $35 a piece. That just covers their cost in them. But if you'd like a National Western hoodie, you don't have one, maybe you just don't want to back out in the cold today before you put something else on, here's your chance. You got some extra hoodies right down there at the end of the bleachers. You can find them. $35 a piece. Couldn't buy them anywhere for that. So go get your National Western hoodies. All right, we are in Class 108 now. Class 108. We do have an addition to Class 108. It's entry number 904. So there's an extra cow in the class. We do have 4 entries in Class 108. These are mature females born in 2022.
All right, we're moving into our next class, Class 108, and these are females born 2022. I'm going to start with this 802 female here. Really appreciate the length of body on this female. She's got a nice horn set on her. When she moves, she tracks very well. Got good depth of body to her. She'll be our first place female. Second place is going to be the pair on the corner over there, the white female with the black calf. Really appreciate that female, too. She's doing a bang-up job with that little bull calf she's got. Appreciate the extension she's got in through that neck. Just a nice, well-rounded cow with a tremendous amount of horn, and we like her a lot. Third place is going to be number 904, which is this black and white lineback female. Really structurally correct female when she tracks and moves. Got a good level, straight top line. Just not as long as body. There's not as much to her as the other 2 females with the calves, but a really nice female in her own right. And then we'll round off the class with this number 801. We really appreciate the horn set on this female. I appreciate the femininity she brings to the class, too, with that extension through that front end. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. There's some really nice females here in this class.
Well, good job in that class. That was class number 108. Mature females born in 2022. First place going to entry number 802. That's BW Checks My Flake. Claw Tough Checks is the sire. Windy Point Rapunzel BOR is the dam. Tom and Regina Caulfield owned her. And second place goes to number 803. That's Indian Maiden LV. She's a W.S. Geronimo daughter out of Risky Sniper, and she's owned by the Painted Skull Ranch in Ellicott, Colorado. Third place goes into entry number 904. That's McCannon, owned by the Casey Ranch. And fourth place goes to number 801. P.S. Tough Little Smile, a Tough Road daughter, also owned by Casey Ranch. We are right into class 109 now. Mature females born in 2021. 2021, there should be 5 in the class when they come in. Class number 109 will be coming into the ring.
All righty, another really nice females, a class of females. These are born in 2021. So these are coming 5-year-old females. I'm going to start this class with this number 905 right here. Really appreciate this female. The twisty horn that she's got, the spring of rib that she's got when she walks and moves. She tracks very well. Just a real nice, balanced female to start our class off with. Second place, I'm going to go with the 902. She's a more tall type heifer or cow, but I really appreciate the horn shape and length on her. I appreciate that femininity she's got. She's just a bigger frame package female, and she brings a lot to the table, and I like her a lot. Third place is going to be a little red cow up here with this little bull calf on her. As we study these three last individuals that all have calves, to me she's the more structurally correct female. She doesn't have the horn the other two have, but to me she puts more of the pieces together for me as far as structural correctness, and a really nice udder on her and a nice little bull calf. Fourth place is going to be 901, the brindle female here. Just really appreciate that color and hide pattern on her. She's a more finer bone type female, but she's got a little more femininity than the heifer that goes behind her. But I really appreciate what she's doing with her calf. She's got a nice udder on her too. And then a super nice cow to round the class off with, number 903. You've got to appreciate that horn set. You got to appreciate the volume she brings with her depth of body and her bone. Just like to change her udder up a little bit. But for me today, this is kind of how I see them today. But 5 really nice females of our Longhorn breed. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing nice animals for us to watch.
Hey, John. John. Okay, another great class of some really fancy females. Entry number 905 is going to win this class. Her name's Time Delight. She's a Timeline daughter out of 50 Lumens, owned by Casey Longhorns. Second place is going to go to entry number 902. That's CrossFit Easy Van Horn, SW Easy Levens, the sire. Shamrock Little Blackie's the dam, and she's owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman of Kim, Colorado. Third place is going to go to entry number 906. That's Sangria 14. HL Bullwhips, the sire. Diamond Dollars, the dam. Toby and Chris Johnson of Wyoming owner. Fourth place is going to go to entry number 901. That's Wendy Point Porsche. Wendy Point Puma Boris is the sire. Wendy Point Pebbles M2 is the dam, and she's owned by Lana Pearson. And fifth place in your class is going to go to Snow White LV. She's a Red Iron daughter out of Red's Princess, owned by the Painted Skull Ranch of Ellicott, Colorado. Thank you, folks. Great class. We're going to go now and judge our non-haltered champion junior cow and reserve champion junior. Lana's down here with her orange pipe. I thought that was a noodle when I first saw it. You know, one of those things that the kids float around on in the pool. And I thought, well, that's not going to move anything around. But she just chunked that rascal in the air, and that cow looked at it and says, I'm not going to mess with that lady. Turned around and went the other direction. All right, we are bringing our first place from each of 3 classes now in your non-haltered junior cows back. And we're going to find us a grand champion among the bunch. And then we're going to go back and find reserve as well. Well, there's always one bully in the crowd, isn't there?
All right, we've got 3 really nice females in this competition for champion of this division. We've talked about them in class, and all 3 of them I really like a lot. But for me today, I'm going to go with the young heifer down here on the end, this 703. Just a really nice female. I appreciate everything about her. Just a beautiful female. Not take anything away from the other 2, but for me today, number 703 will be your champion.
We've got some older cow classes coming up, just about 3 classes and not very big ones. Then we're going to judge our grand champion haltered cows from all ages. And before we go into bulls, we're going to take a 20 to 30 minute lunch break. So when we get done here with cows, you guys will have a chance to go out and grab you something to eat, relax a little bit, give the judge something to eat before he fades away completely. And I'm not saying that you're making mistakes. I'm just saying you look tired, you know. We'll give him a chance to get a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back with our bull classes at the National Western. And as always, being grand champion bull at the National Western Stock Show, well, it's a pretty big deal, Sam. Everybody wants to be grand.
All right, we bring the second place in from that class, the speckled calf cow down there with the heifer calf, She had a really nice female in her own right. But for me today, I'm going to go with this 905 female here, the older female. Just appreciate a lot of things about her, that twisty horn, the feminine front end on her. So she'll be our reserve champion, number 905.
All righty, well, there you have it. Your champion non-haltered junior cow this year is going to be entry number 703. That's TCR Angels Envy 31. She's an open carry daughter owned by Jeff and Jordan Widows. Congratulations to the Widows. And then for your reserve champion junior cow, we're going to go with 905. That is Time Delight. She's a Timeline daughter owned by Casey Longhorns. We'll move. We're going to take just a minute for the judge to go back. And again, we have a little bit of difference between the TOBA judging and the ITLA judging. And although this is a show where both show together, they do not show on the same show schedule. So we have to do a little manipulation of that to make sure everybody gets the points right and the championships right between both organizations. So we're going to go back and take a quick look back in the pin. Then we'll come back with class number 110, mature females born 2020 and 2019. Your 6 and 7-year-old cows. We'll have 5 or 6 in that group. And then we're getting close to done with cows. Only a couple classes after that. And your grand champions. And we'll take a break for lunch and come back with your bowl classes.
The burning sand with water. Dan, can you see that big green tree where the water's running free and it's waiting there for you and me?
These now, there's some good-looking females. Going to be a tough call in this class.
Tonight, that night he came and took my flow and headed into town. I knew I had to find this man and try to gun him down. As I walked by,
mature females in this class. A little bit of everything, black and white speckled, red and white speckled, solid red. Man, if you can't find one in here that you like, you can't find one. This is a nice cross-section of Texas Longhorn females.
Well, like Gary said, this is a really nice class of females from top to bottom. These are females born 2020 and 2019, and you know, every one of these would fit real nice in my pasture. But here's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to start with this 1004 female up here, the big tricolored female. She's not the biggest horn female in the group, but she's the most correct, I believe. She's got the depth of body in the front and fore ribs. She balances up real nice for me in all three of her thirds, and just really a nice female. She'll be our first place female, 1004. Second place is going to be 1005, which is the other female with the swoop horns back at the back. She's a little finer bone female, but if you study her, she's the second most feminine in my mind. When she stands on the profile, she's got that extension through that front end. She's got a beautiful little udder on her, and just a really pretty colored cow that really can't find any holes in her. She's just really a nice female, just not the powerhouse of our first place female we've got up here. Third place is going to be this other big female here, number 1002. We really love the body. She's similar to our first place female as far as that goes. Just doesn't have quite the femininity on the front end, but she's carrying a calf, and once she has that calf, she'll probably just slim up and look really nice, but just a really great female in her own right. So she's third place. Fourth place is number 1001, this red female here. As I study this heifer here, I really appreciate her horn growth. Where she gets me is her femininity through the front end. Now, her rear third, I'd like to strengthen it up and make her a little better hipped and a little deeper flanked. But because of her front third and her horn set and stuff, and when she moves and tracks, she moves very well. So she'll be our fourth place female. Fifth place is going to be 1003, which is this speckled female here. Really appreciate the depth of body this female brings, the spring of ribs she's got. She's got a tremendous length from hooks to pins, and we appreciate that about her. Just like to extend her neck a little bit and make her a little more feminine on the front end. And then one of our bigger horn females, we've got number 1006 over here. Really appreciate the front third of her, that horn set and the femininity she's kind of got. And then also her color pattern, appreciate that. But structurally, she gets a little weak when she wants to move and walk, and not quite as straight on that top line as I'd like to see. But again, 6 really nice females. You could do a lot with any of these in your program. So let's give these exhibitors and breeders a round of applause. They brought some really nice females.
All right, great. Class number 110. Your winner's going to be entry number 1004. That's PSR Country Girl. She's a Pearl Snap by Jolie, owned by the Painted Skull Ranch. Second place is going to be entry number 1005, Windy Point Pebbles M2. M2 Lightning is the sire. Windy Point Patsy's the dam, and she's owned by Lana Pearson. And in third place, entry number 1002, that's Phelan, owned by the Casey Ranch Longhorns. Fourth place goes to 1001, that is Spinoff. She's a TCC Rios Voomerific out of Just Keeper, also owned by Casey Ranch Longhorns. Fifth place goes to TCR Corona Rita. She's a CB Top Shooter daughter owned by Jeff Widows. And sixth place goes to HL Pistol Annie. She's a CV Cowboy Casanova owned by Jordan Jarnigan. Thank you. And we're going to go right into class number 111. That is 2 females born between 2018 and 2017. But I want to tell you just a little bit here. We've got John Nelson up here with us, and John just received the award for the Lifetime Achievement Award here in the Rocky Mountains, and certainly well deserved. But let me just tell you a little bit more about John. John has been the announcer for the National Western for probably 15 or more years, right prior to this, and he finally gave it up, and I got sentenced to it after that. But I just want to give John a chance to say hello to the crowd because he's been here so many times, and we kind of miss him up here.
Thank you very much, Gary. You know, I appreciated yesterday. Darlene and I received the Lifetime Achievement Award. She's sitting over there guarding my beer. But I want to say one thing about achievement. A person cannot achieve things on their own. The way we achieved what we ever achieved was we stood on the shoulders of giants. We received so much help from all the people in the industry. And one of the smartest things we did was when we started in this business, we joined the Mountain States Texas Longhorn Association. We used to have meetings frequently, and whenever we had a question, we had somebody to ask and received a good answer and good counseling from. But we received so much help, especially from people like Stan Searle and Gary Lake and Daryl Dickinson. We bought our first cows from Daryl Dickinson, as most people did. And I'm sure I forgot a lot of other people. Randy and Marshall Whitty were great helps to us. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to the association for giving us that award. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, John. Thank you for years of service here in the Texas Longhorn industry. Well, our judge probably got this figured out, so we're going to turn it over to him, and we'll get through Class 111 here.
All right, this is Class 111, mature females born 2018, 2017. I'm going to start with this 1101, this speckled heifer here. Really appreciate the balance she brings in her depth of body. She walks and tracks great, and we appreciate that about her. Doing a great job with a little bull calf on her. Second place is going to be the swoop horn female, a little smaller made female, but I really got to appreciate the horn growth on her, appreciate the front end on her. Love the little bull calf she's got. He's got a tremendous amount of color. He's a cool little calf. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Two nice females for this class.
Give us that number again, would you, Judge?
1101.
All right, the results of Class 111. Your winner is going to be 1101. That's Windy Point Rapunzel, VOR. Windy Point Boris Harns, the sire. Windy Point Santuza is the dam. She's owned by Tom and Regina Caulfield. And then number 1102 is going to be your second place cow in the class. That is J.H. Mizzou's Ringer. Ringleader BCB is the sire. J.H. Jets Mizzou Blossoms, the dam, owned by CL Cattle Company, LLC. Thank you for bringing some great cows. We're going to move right on into Class 112 now. This will be the last of our female classes today. After this, we'll judge Grand and Reserve. Then we'll take a break for about 30 minutes for lunch and be back for the bull classes. Class number 112 is your mature females. These are the grand old ladies of the Longhorn breed. They're born 2016 and before, and we're going to have 4 in the class, Judge.
Down to shine. From the king.
Wow, what a super neat class of older females. This is, again, we can see the diversity again in this class. These are older females. We've got a 2015 model up to a 2011 model. And you can just see how well they are holding up and how well they're doing. And it's a very challenging class to me because there's so many different body types and styles, and then just kind of you got to go land on trying to look for nitpicky things to try and separate them, and then just what your preference is, because these are all solid cows. Every one of these, when they move and they track, there's nothing wrong with them as far as structural flaws, and so sometimes it just gets down to preference and what you want to do with them. So I'm going to briefly talk about each one of them. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start with the older cow here. She'll win the class number 1204. She's a 2011 model, so she's 15 years old. But if you watch her move and you watch the way she flows, she's just a beautiful, elegant, older cow. Does she have the most horn? No, she doesn't. But she is one of the most feminine females, doing a good job raising the calf, solid as she can be for an older female. To me, she's going to win the class. Second place is the 1201, which is a younger heifer in the class. And again, I struggle with her. She doesn't have the condition on some of these others, but when you study her horn shape and length, and then she doesn't have any flaws in her. She's just a real long-bodied, elegant type female. I'd like to make her a little deeper. I'd like to have a little more spring of rib. I'd like to see her a little more farther along in pregnancy. I don't know how far along she is, but that hinders her a little bit. But just when you study them, it breaks down to she's the one that came in second for me. Third place is this cow-calf pair over here, number 1202. Again, a more moderate frame type female. Love the horn set on her. Love the femininity on her. If anything, I would like to change, maybe make her rear third a little, a better hip on her and a little more length from hooks to pins. But just a really nice female, doing a great job with that calf on her. And then, you've got a great cow here to round out the class. If you look at the width between her hip bones, she's the widest female we've seen all day today from those hip bones. And and the depth of body she's got, the spring of ribs she's got, she brings a lot to the table, and it's a shame that she ended up where she did. But for me today, she's fourth place, but 4 really great females. Let's give these exhibitors and breeders again a round of applause for really nice females, making my job pretty hard.
All right, congratulations to everyone in class number 112. But your first place cow today is going to be entry number 1204. That is Jolie. She's an LP Sombra daughter out of Pacific Judy, and she's owned by the Painted Skull Ranch of Ellicott, Colorado. Second place goes to number 1201. That's Debutante, sired by the great Tibbs Bull and out of Prosty Tot, owned by the Casey Longhorns. Third place goes to number 1202, Windy Point Penelope, sired by the great Drag Iron and by Windy Point Pocahontas Charas, Ron and Lana Pearson owner. And then in fourth place, entry number 1203, Mandolin Rain, Cowboy Casanova daughter, CBO Miss Roan Jackie is the dam, and she's owned by Chris Johnson. Great class of senior females. We're going to go right into our non-haltered senior cow and a reserve champion senior cow. Then we're going to judge grand champion overall and reserve champion overall. After that, we'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back with the bull classes in about 30 minutes after we take the break. Don't forget that these classes for the loose females, the loose cattle this week, are sponsored by the Cold Copper Ranch of Burnett, Texas. We appreciate Mike and Callie Smith down there, always do us a great job. And as you flip through our catalog, you'll see that Hutchinson HW brand is one of our great sponsors for the National Western Show, have been for a few years now. Not to mention what they've done for the National Western Stock Show with all the pins and panels. And I think you're going to see Hutchinson come back strong as they build the horse barns over here. They'll probably be putting in all the horse stalls as well. We have a lot to thank Hutchinson for. Blake Hutchinson, good friend, the CEO of HW brand, Hutchinson Western. He was here yesterday, got to speak to you for just a little bit, but sure appreciate their sponsorship. Appreciate all of our sponsors. We could not do it without them.
All right, 3 really nice females here for our senior champion drive. I talked about them in class, so I'm not going to really talk about them anymore. But, 3 real high-quality individuals. To me today, I'm going to go with the younger female, number 10004. I just think she brings more to the table than any of them. Just really appreciate, again, that depth of body, the balance that she brings. So she'll be our champion, number 10004. We bring in the second place out of that class. We talked about her and those swoop horns that she's got, and how when you analyze her when she moves and walks, just a really nice female, doing a great job with the calf. We really appreciate a lot of things about her. To me today, though, I'm going to go with the older female, number 1204. She'll be our reserve grand champion female. Just really nice set of females out here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. They deserve it.
All right, so here we are. We've got a champion haltered senior cow and a reserve champion non-haltered senior cow. Your champion non-haltered senior cow at the National Western today is going to be entry number 1004. Entry number 1004, that is PSR Country Girl. She's a Pearl Snap daughter owned by the Painted Skull Ranch. And your reserve champion non-haltered senior cow this year is going to be entry number 1204. Her name is Jolie. She is also owned by the Painted Skull Ranch. Congratulations, James and Dale. You cleaned up in the senior cow class. We're going to go right on into Grand Champion, non-haltered, all-age female cow, and we'll bring everything in from the very young ones to the oldest in the bunch and let our judge figure out who is the best of the best at the National Western this year.
All right, this is our championship drive right here. Really, two really nice females. We got the younger female down here on the end. We've talked about her. Just a really nice female in her own right. And then we talked about the female that just won that class a while ago. Just a big, powerful type. I'm going to go with the older female to win the overall grand right here. Just really love this female a lot. And so she'll be our grand, and we'll bring in the second place for to look for reserve.
Don't forget, as you have a little bit of time after this grand champion class, you can come up and pick up your ribbons and awards up here at the table before you leave. There'll be some banners for reserve champion and some buckles for grand champion, some ribbons for your class win, some stuff to hang in your barn, a little bit of bling to hang around the stalls. So as you get ready to head out and feed cows and water and get lunch, stop by the table and grab your awards. That way we'll keep things organized here and won't have a bunch to do at the end of the show.
So we bring in the second place female from that class, and like we talked about in class, she's the oldest female at the show, and we really appreciate, and I really love that cow a lot. But for me today, I'm going to go with the younger heifer for reserve. Grant, I really like this young heifer a lot. And again, I love all of them. Thanks for bringing them to town. Let me evaluate them. They're really nice females. Let's give these a round of applause. Really nice females here today.
We'll get your results here from the ring steward here in a minute, and I'll let you know. I don't want to make any mistakes when we announce the best of the best here. All righty. Okay, your grand champion, all-age female cow of the National Western Stock Show this year in 2026 is entry number 1204. That is Jolie. She is owned by the Painted Skull Ranch of Ellicott, Colorado. Congratulations, guys. Great win there. And then your reserve champion is going to go to entry number 802. Is that correct? 802, Lana? 703. Entry number 703 will be reserve champion. That's TCR Angel Envy 31, owned by Jeff and Jordan Widows. Congratulations, folks. Great job. Great job in the female classes. We're going to take a little bit of a break now. We're going to go eat lunch. We're going to get cattle sorted back into the pens before we start with the bulls. Make it a little easier on the ground crew out there. We've got bulls and steers to go, and then we're out of here for 2026. Boy, I appreciate everyone that showed up here today. Appreciate all of our sponsors. Please grab a program before you leave. I want you to be able to look up our sponsors and drop by and patronize them and tell them how much you appreciate their help with the 2026 National Western Texas Longhorn Show. All right. Well, I made a mistake. It's not a big mistake because they're owned by the same people. But the grand champion, all age female, was 1004, not 1204. She was PSR Country Girl, but she is owned by the Painted Skull Ranch. That's there in Ellicott, Colorado, and they're fairly new in the Texas Longhorn business, but they're coming on like gangbusters. We appreciate them bringing such great cattle this week. Congratulations to everybody who won in the senior cow classes today. Well, we're getting close. It's time for the bowl classes here at the Texas Longhorn Show at the National Western Stock Show. They're going to start bringing them in and staging them. So if you're getting done with lunch, got everything you need to drink, and stretch your legs out, come on back in and land here, and we're going to start showing Texas Longhorn bulls. This will be the future herd sires of the breed, so you won't want to miss this. Just a few minutes, and we'll get rolling again. Back in here, but some of the music I'm playing was done by Mr. Steve Lenz. He married Daryl Dickinson's daughter 30-some years ago, and these are some songs that he's written and recorded demos on when he was down in Nashville for a few years, and he doesn't like to talk about it anymore, and he's out eating lunch, so I thought I'd tell you about it before he got back in here.
She won't let me fall. She's the rock that I lean on. Times get hard. Lord, I'm lucky that I'm her man. She holds me close and then I understand that when she loves me, it's with all of her heart. At the Nationals rodeo, climbing on the bucking barrel.
All right, we're about ready to get rolling. We got the arena watered down again. Keep this dust down a little bit. We're going to be starting here pretty quickly with class number 201. These are going to be your bulls born April 1st through June 30th of 2025. Class 201's coming up. Won't be long now. You feel kind of lonely out there, Judge? I think we're missing a couple bulls, yeah. Okay, if you're looking at your program for Class 201 and you're thinking, either I can't count or I'm seeing double out there, we actually have a bunch of added to this class, a bunch of added bulls to this class. So instead of 5 in the class, looks like we're going to have about 9 in this class, so don't be surprised. We'll let you know who all they are and who won here in just a minute, but this is all Class 201. Bulls born April 1 through June 30th. We are in the non-halter division of the Texas Longhorn Show here at the National Western. And these classes, all of these in the non-haltered, are sponsored by Cold Copper Ranch of Burnett, Texas. Cold Copper Ranch and Cold Copper Commodities are owned by Mike and Callie Smith down there. Great folks, got a lot of stuff going for them. Some great cattle that they've bought and raised down there. So if you get a chance, you get anywhere near Burnett, Texas, why, pull in and say hi. They'll enjoy having you around. Maybe sell you a good heifer or buy you a nice hat from the Cold Copper Commodities store. All kind of things. They've got a feed store and a little bit of everything down there. So good folks. Appreciate their sponsorship for the National Western Stock Show. If you're wondering how the class grew in size, some of these bulls were in the halter bull classes yesterday and got added late. You see, our judge, John Oliver, gets bored if there's less than about 30 head in the class. It's way too easy for him. We like to up the ante a little bit, make it a little bit of a challenge for him and raise the bar some, give him something to work at here a little bit, and this will sure do it. And there's a bunch of nice young yearling bulls in there. Make it a little more difficult to judge. We like that. Time to earn your money, Judge Oliver. These young bulls are like two third-grade bullies on a playground. Just got to decide who's the toughest one.
All righty. For some reason, I had the grand illusion that the bulls were going to be a lot fewer in number than the heifers, but that's not the case. But that's okay. A nice set of bull calves. Again, there's something that anybody can use in their herd on any of these number of animals that are out here. Just some really nice individuals. But for me today, I'm going to start with number 15 over there, the black neck bull. He'll be our first place. Really appreciate the depth of body that he's got, how clean he is under that underline. Appreciate those black horns swooping back. He'll be our first place, number 15. Second place is going to be number 18, this bull right here in the middle. Again, the brittle neck bull. Really love the front end on this guy. He's really got a cool front end as far as that neck and extension. He's got good horns kind of laying back. Just a nice bull. Number 18 will be second place. Third place is black and white bull number 12. I believe he's over here on this side right here. A really good deep-bodied bull. I appreciate that about him. Appreciate those horns laying back. He's very well balanced, what I like to see. When he walks, he moves very well. So he'll be third place. Fourth place is going to be number 11, which is the black bull that's picking on everybody over here on the wall. Really cool pattern bull. If you study him, he's a little smaller frame bull, but really nice bull calf in his own right, number 11 right here. And again, appreciate that color, unique color he's got on him. Really great bull. Fifth place is going to be number 14. He's right here. Okay, another black and white bull. Again, really appreciate the balance on this guy too. Appreciate that horn set going back. He's really nice bull calf. Number 14. 6 is number 17, which is this kind of painted up colored bull here. Really appreciate him. He's got a little higher horn set, looks like, but just a really nice bull in sixth place. In seventh place is number 26. He's a bull that got added in over here, red and white lineback bull. Appreciate the horn shape on him. If you study him when he walks, he's got a really good deep center to him, really good bone to him, and I really like the way that he walks and moves. Eighth place is going to be number 13, the other little red speckled bull here. Again, a nice bull in his own right. He just kind of fits right in there in eighth place. And then in ninth place is number 16, which is the younger bull. He's the youngest bull in the class. He's given it up a little bit because he is the youngest, and so I think when he gets a little older, he'll probably mature a little bit better. But right now, he's just a little behind the others as far as age-wise. So, again, a real nice class of bulls. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing 9 good bulls.
All righty, good class of young bulls. In class number 201, your winner's going to be entry number 15. That's Huge Stop. He's a J.H. Rarely Screwed son out of Stop Tempting, owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman. In the second place, number 18, Silent Proof, owned by Casey Ranch. In third place, MHL Jam Strike, Top Gun 213 by Jamby, owned by David Chappe. In fourth place is WBE God's Country, owned by Pat and Heidi Kelly. And in fifth place, Mountain Majesty, Sire's Giver of the Dam is Prosty Pop, owned by Travis Casey. And in sixth place, number 17 is SM Brother B. He is owned by More Longhorns. We are ready for your last class of bulls today. This is class number 202. Bulls born January 1 through March 31st, and there will be 5 in your class, Judge. January 1 through March 31st.
troubles on the old Chisholm Trail. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yi-yippee-yay. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yay. With my foot in the stirrup and my hand on the horn, I'm the best damn cowboy ever was born. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yi-yippee-yay. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yay. On a $10 horse and a $40 saddle, going into punching in Longhorn cattle. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yi-yippee-yay. I'm a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yay. I started up the trail October 23rd. Started up the trail with the two you heard. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yi-yippee-yay. Come a tie-yi-yippee-yippee-yay. Tell 'em, Don.
Woke up one morning on the Chisholm Trail with a rope in my hand and a cow.
All right, a really nice another set of bull calves here in this next class. I believe this is the last class of bulls. Really appreciate a lot of things about all of them, but I'm going to start with number 25 over here. I think he's the most complete bull. This Gruyere bull back here on the fence. If you study him, he likes to play around a little bit, but really appreciate the hip on this guy. Appreciate the bone and structure. To me, he's the most balanced bull in the class, and he'll be our first place. Second place was a little tough for me, but I'm going to go with number 23 right here, this brindle neck bull. I really appreciate the horn set on him. Appreciate the balance he has. I maybe want to clean him up a little bit in that neck and extend him just a little bit there. But he's a deeper bodied bull than our third place bull, and just the horn setting things and color about him are what placed him there. Third is going to be number 24, the other kind of Gruyere type bull. I really appreciate the length of body on this guy. I appreciate his extension through that front end. I'd like his rear third just to be a little more hip on him in that rear third, but a nice bull in his own right. And then fourth place is going to be number 22, the smaller bull here over on the end. Really appreciate, if you study this guy, he's really straight, really correct. Just didn't have quite the volume as the other bulls in front of him, but I really got him in the fourth place pretty good. And then we've got the bigger brindle bull, number 21. He'll round out the class. Again, I appreciate the frame size on this guy. I just like a little more to him, a little more bone to him for him to move up any farther for me. But 5 really nice bulls. Let's give these breeders a round of applause, and we'll judge our champion.
All righty, good class. Winning this class, number 202, is going to be entry number 25. That's Whiskey Rebellion CPL. That's a PCC Runaway Grayson out of Tempting Cowgirl CPL, owned by Nick and Kim Nicodem. And in second place is going to be number 23. That's Perfect Storm AC, a Mr. Colorado son out of Nearly Perfect. That belongs to Amy and Carter Hunt. In third place is entry number 24, Stormin' Cowboys, CPL. PCC Runaway Grays, the Sire Meltdown EOTs, the dam, owned by Nick and Kim Nicodem. And in fourth place is Melchizedek, that's entry number 22. It's a Backfired Love LV son out of Peaceful Dove, owned by Travis Casey. And in fifth place is BW Infall, that's entry number 21. A Dancing Iron Ronnie, son out of Gnarly Gal, owned by Tom and Regina Caulfield. We're going to come back now and judge your champion non-haltered bull and your reserve champion non-haltered bull from these two classes. And then we'll move right on to steers. We're running to the end of the Texas Longhorn show today. I hope you've had a good time here.
All right, this is our grand champion non-halter bull drive. Two really nice bulls competing against each other. I'm going to go with number 25 here. I just really appreciate the length of body this guy has. I appreciate the muscle in that hip and extension he's got through that front end. So he'll be our grand champion bull, number 25. And we'll bring the second place in for reserve. That second place bull, we brought him in, and as we talked about in class, love the depth of body on him, the bone that he brings, and the horn structure he's got. Really nice bull in his own right. But I'm going to go with the younger bull. Number 15 will be our reserve grand champion bull. I just appreciate the balance on this bull. I think he's a little more balanced in the type and kind that I like. So let's give these exhibitors and breeders a round of applause for bringing some non-halter bulls for us to look at.
Thank you, Judge. Great job. Our champion non-haltered bull this year at the National Western Stock Show is going to be entry number 25. That is Whiskey Rebellion CPL, owned by Nick and Kim Nicodem. Appreciate you guys bringing such great stock, as always, to the National Western. Congratulations on being your champion bull. Your reserve champion bull is going to be entry number 15. His name is Huge Stop, and he's owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman. Thank you to everyone that brought some great bulls. We're going to move right into our steer classes now. We just got a little handful, about 3 classes of steers and a couple of championships to hang out, and we'll be all done with the 2026 Texas Longhorn Show here at the National Western. Hope you've had a good time. If you've enjoyed it here at the National Western Stock Show, here at the Longhorn Show, well, you'll enjoy the rest of the show as well. If you haven't been up to the Hall of Education, there's some great stuff up there. It's one of the largest trade shows, Western trade shows in Colorado for sure. You'll enjoy the vendors that are up there. You might stop by HW's booth up there, Hutchinson Western, and thank those folks for being a sponsor of our Texas Longhorn Show. They've sure been good to us. And then right across the way here, we've got the new Livestock Pavilion. It's just opened up this year. Not only will you enjoy seeing the new stalls and the arena and the situations that they've put together over there for the livestock shows this year, but there's some restaurants and there's some bars, and you'll see really what the money has been spent on here at the National Western to make it really the classiest stock show in the nation right now. And if you're over there between 3 and 4 o'clock, well, you'll get to see a Longhorn heifer go up against all the other breeds here at the National Western and all the grand champion youth heifers. And for the first time in history, a Longhorn will be showing against them for the Supreme Heifer Awards here. A bunch of great scholarships for kids. And so you don't want to kind of miss that. It's go on there and cheer our little gal up that's showing the Longhorn heifer against all the rest of them. She'll sure appreciate you being there, and you'll get to see something brand new in the National Western Stock Show with the Texas Longhorn. We are in Class 301. Class 301 in your program. These are steers born 23 and 24. 2023 and 2024 Longhorn steers. This is Class 301. Have we got everybody in here? I show 7 on the list here, but I only see 4. I show 6 on the list, unless I'm wrong here, but. What's that? 601's a scratch. Okay, Judge, you have your class, 4 steers.
tumbling.
To be in the building. Four really nice steers here. When we get to the steers, we're looking at stuff a little bit different. For me, I'm looking for structural soundness is the biggest thing. These guys can live for a long time, and we want them to be structurally sound in everything they do, and all four of these guys are that. So then it becomes more of a preference type deal. What do you like? If their conformation's the same and they're structurally correct, then you just kind of start picking them what you like the best. So for me today, number 606 is going to win the class. I just really like the big bone and how stout he is. His horn, he's one of the he's right in the middle of the pack as far as age-wise, but he's going to be a cool calf that's going to continue to grow and get bigger as he get, and with that neat color pattern on him, he's going to be pretty cool. So he's going to win the class. Second place is going to be this little swoop horn steer right here, number 607. If you study him, he's really correct. He's a smaller frame type kind of guy, but he's got the bone and he moves and he tracks very well. He's going to have a very unique horn set that should just swoop and come and roll on back, and he'll be a high value steer for sure. Third, we're going to use the red and white steer here that's liking to pick on everybody. I really appreciate the size on this guy too. We're looking for the wow factor. He's going to have the size to make him where everybody can look and say, man, that's a huge steer out in the pasture. He's a great steer in his own right. And then we're going to round the class with number 604 here. I really appreciate the horn and the horn base on this guy. He's got kind of a unique color to him. And he, too, as he grows, is going to be a great steer. So 4 really nice steers. We thank them for bringing them to town. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, there you go, Class 301. Your class winner is going to be entry number 606. His name is B.W. Moose. He's a Dancing Iron Ronnie son, and he's owned by Tom and Regina Caulfield. In second place, we're going to put entry number 607. That's Maverick 300. It's an LJL Sam Santee son, owned by Wyatt Pitch. And in third place, we're going to be looking at entry number 603, TCR Small Town. He's an open carry son and shown by Jeff and Jordan Widows. And in fourth place, entry number 604, Silver Redemption. He's a Gunman Miracle son owned by Casey Longhorns. We'll move right into Class 302. This is steers born 2021 and 2022. Okay, you'll only have one in this class, Judge, so good luck. I like it. This is the first class that John and I have agreed on the first place animal. That's great. I guess we haven't agreed yet, have we? I have never yet seen a judge set the only steer in the class at second place and try to explain it.
Well, I really do appreciate a single entry class after the number of classes we've had with multiple animals in it. But this is a really neat guy. He could stand some competition. He's getting that age where his heart girth is getting really deep and starting to sink down. And when these steers get older, that's kind of what happens. But he's structurally sound, a cool colored steer. Really appreciate that, and appreciate those swooping, rolling back horns. So we'll look forward to him in the championship drive.
All right, so entry number 611, Gitchigumi. He's an HL Bullwhip son owned by Toby Johnson, and he's going to win your class in the Class 302. We're going to bring him back in, and we're going to judge your champion non-haltered junior steer and your reserve champion junior steer. These big old steers really are the showpieces of the Texas Longhorn breed. They're not going to reproduce, they're not going to raise calves, and they're not going to produce calves. But when they're out in public, they're what stops the crowd, makes them go, wow. And the fancier they are, the bigger their horns, the more twist to them, and the more color. Well, it makes them awful fancy showpieces for the Longhorn breed.
All right, this is our junior champion steer drive. Two really nice steers in their own right. We've got the younger steer here who was born in 2025. I believe that's what Lana said. And just a really nice steer. We like him a lot. And we got a little older steer over here. Like I said, he's getting to that point of the steer where he's getting deep in that heart girth. Just a really cool steer. I'm going to go with the older steer today. He'll be our junior champion steer, and since we don't have a second in that class, this guy number 606 will be reserve junior champion steer. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Two nice steers out here for us to enjoy.
All right, so your champion steer, junior steer, is going to be entry number 611. That's Gitchigumi, owned by Toby and Chris Johnson. And your reserve champion is going to be entry number 606. That's BW Moose, owned by Tom and Regina Koffold. We're going to get these moved out of the arena, and then we're going to bring the big boys in. Class number 303. This is steers born from 2020 and before. And boy, we've got some big old fancy steers coming in. This is going to even make you sit up and say, wow, look at the horns on that boy.
Texas that I am going to see. No other cowboy knows her, nobody only me. She cried so when I left her, and like to broke her heart. And if we ever meet again, we never more shall part. She's the sweetest rose of color this cowboy ever knew. Her eyes are bright as diamonds, they sparkle like dew. You may talk about your dearest maids and sing of Rosalie, but the yellow rose.
Judge has had this figured out for quite a while, but he wants you to take a little time to take a look at these beautiful Texas Longhorns. He said, shh, don't tell him that. Oh, we're waiting for some? Oh. Well, I could have been wrong. I think we're waiting for another entry here, so. They're probably steer sickles. They're out there trying to thaw them out and bring them in. Well, but I tell you, this is a chance for you guys to take a close look at really the outstanding animals in the Texas Longhorn breed. These guys, I promise you, will stop traffic on any street corner.
All righty. This is our senior steer division. We're glad we got this steer in here. Really appreciate him a lot. four really nice individuals. Again, when we talk about steers, like I said before, as long as they're structurally sound, I'm not going to knock them. It comes to a part of preference and what you've got going on and what you like as far as horn shape and size. And I'm going to go with this older steer here, number 622. Man, I just love the horn shape on this guy. He's a big bone, big, tall steer. He's born in 2017. Just a really cool steer, and I like him a lot. He just kind of represents the breed very, very well, and so he'll be our first place. Second place, I'm going to go with the young steer that just came into the class. There's a lot of things about this guy I really do like. I love those flat horns and how they're kind of twisting out. I love his structure and the way he kind of moves. He's the baby in the class. He's the youngest steer by far, and so I love the color pattern. It's just kind of like a wow. As he gets older and those horns just continue to flatten on out, he's going to be a fantastic steer, so he'll be second place. Third place is going to be this big brindle steer here. I really appreciate the color on him. I appreciate that heart girth on him and those swoop horns. He's one of the older steers. He's just a cool cat also, but he lands third for me today. And then fourth is going to be the black and white steer back there. Again, we love the horn on all these guys. He's got a tremendous amount of horn on him. Real deep-bodied steer. Four really nice steers. Let's give everybody a round of applause because this is a really nice set of steers. And it's hard to haul these steers when they got this much horn, and I'm glad that they did.
Well, congratulations to all of you that brought some big old fancy steers. And I'll tell you, it's not only hard to haul them, Judge, but it's hard to feed them. These boys eat a lot of feed. They take up the room of about 2 or 3 cows in a trailer. And some of these, you know, we've got some 8-wide trailers these days. And if anybody knows what that is in inches, that's 96 inches. And these steers, many of them are over 100 inches long. So it is a difficult situation. And we're talking about the winner of class number 303 is entry number 622. His name is Cross V Mustache. He is sired by the world record holder Cowboy Tough Checks and out of Jasmine Rose, and he's owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman. And I'll just give you just a little bit of extra on this steer. At the ITLA convention this year, he measured 110 inches from tip to tip. Now get this, he was third. There was a steer that was 130 inches and one in between them, but quite a steer, old Mustache. He'll be your first place steer this year. Second place goes to entry number 615. His name is Kansas White Cloud. He's a Gambler BCB 507 son, and he's owned by Josie Nachman. Thank you so much for bringing him. What a beautiful, beautiful animal. And in third place is entry number 619, Mick Wren. He's the toughest iron son out of SW Halo, and he's shown by Chris Ryan Johnson Partnership. And in fourth place, entry number 617, MTR Roadhouse. Forever So was his sire, and he's owned by the Martins Twisted Ranch. We got one more decision to make here at the National Western Texas Longhorn Show, and that's going to be your grand champion and your reserve grand champion, non-haltered steer. What do you think, Judge?
Well, first off, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to come and judge the National Western Show and all the Longhorn people. If you're not part of the Longhorn family, I encourage you to get them to maybe check it out because there's a lot of great people in this breed, a lot of people that help one another out. And it's we got in here 22 years ago, and it's been one of the best things we did for our family. And just enjoying the great creatures that God created. It's just awesome. So I do appreciate it, and I want to thank God and thank everyone else for allowing me to be here today. For me today, though, the grand champion steer is going to be this big boy right here, number 622. Let's give him a round of applause for a great steer.
That 110-inch horn steer just walked through a 40-inch horn hole and didn't even wiggle that gate.
Man, I really like both these steers. This junior champion steer, man, what a great steer. Love the swoop horn, the color pattern on him. And then we bring the second place in. If you look at him on that profile, that's just a picture-perfect steer. If I was going, I wouldn't mind having both of them. If I was going to take one home today, I'd pick this one. So he's going to be your reserve grand champion female or steer number 615.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, that's going to wrap it up. But let me tell you who our champion halter senior steer is, and our grand champion non-halter steer at the International Texas Longhorn Show this year is entry number 622. His name's Cross V Mustache, out of the great Cowboy Tough Checks and owned by Russell and Jamie Freeman of Kim, Colorado. And your reserve grand champion, not halter steer, here at the National Western Texas Longhorn Show this year is entry number 615. That's Kansas White Cloud, owned by John C. Nachman. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you for being here. Let's give a round of applause to our judge. John Oliver did a great job this week and some tough classes. We appreciate him so much. And listen, right next to him down there is Lana Pearson. She runs the whole deal. She's got the crew out here. Thank her and her crew for doing such a great job getting cattle in and out and the things that we need done to make this show go smoothly. Don't forget, there's some other things going on at the National Western, and we've got a little girl over here showing the Longhorn against some of the best at the National Western. We've still got a few things to do, but this show's over. We appreciate you being here. It's a wrap for the 2026 Texas Longhorn Show at the National Western Stock Show, the greatest stock show in the nation as far as we know. Okay, I will tell you